Order the 4 p.m. closed session, adjourned regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji is currently absent. Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay. There's nobody in the audience. Is anyone online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
We do not have any Zoom attendees or e-comments for closed session.
Okay. Could you read off what we'll be talking about in closed session, please?
Yes, as authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F4 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For item F1, the properties are 3007 Vale Avenue, a portion of APN 415-001-7931, parking lot at the corner of Felton Lane and 182nd Street, APN 415-803-3900. 715 Julia Avenue, portion of parcels APN 750-702-0900 and APN 750-702-1900. 1935 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, APN 404-900-8903. 807 Inglewood Avenue, a portion of APN 408-302-4900. And 200 North Pacific Coast Highway, a portion of APN 750-500-992. For F2, the property is Joe's Crab Shack, 230 Portofino Way, APN 7503-029-903. For item F3, the properties are Fun Factory, 123 International Boardwalk, APN 7505-002-908. Kincaid's and Pad 2, 500 Fisherman's Wharf, APN 7505-002-933. Pier Plaza, 103 through 131 International Boardwalk, APN 7505-002-908. Mondstadt Pier, 110 through 151 Fisherman's Wharf, APN 7505-002-934. And portion of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portion of APN 7503-029-900. And for item F4, the property is 309 Esplanade. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these in closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will have Assistant to the City Manager Luke Smoody with us. For item F2, we will have Waterfront Economic Development Director Greg Kapovich and Waterfront Economic Development Manager Catherine Buck. We will also be joined by outside legal counsel John Getz. For F3, we will have Greg and Catherine again. And then for item F4, we will be joined by Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director, Kelly Orta, our Deputy Community Services Director, and Christine Shin, our Senior Deputy City Attorney.
Okay, thank you. Could I get if you could let the record show that Councilmember Obaji has
4:01:46 seconds by that clock, 4:02 on the computer.
Thank you.
Thanks for making it. Can I get a motion to recess to closed session, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
we will recess to closed session. Oh, sorry, Paige. We will be recessing to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 p.m. to report out on any actions that we took in closed session and to start the open session regular meeting of the City Council. Thank you. Session back to the open session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalijedovich is online. Here. Councilmember Obaji, here.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji, present. Councilmember Barron, present. Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, City Manager, anything to announce from closed session?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn to our regular open session?
So moved. Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so I'm calling to order the regular council meeting. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalijedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience tonight, please stand to be recognized for your service. Oh, I guess I'm the only one tonight. And with that, let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing afterwards for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Eva, who's going to lead us in the pledge. Eva, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Eva, and I'm a third grader at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subject is reading. I love playing tennis in Redondo Beach. Please put your right hand over a heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Eva, great job. Thank you for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I like how you checked over your shoulder to make sure everybody had their hand over their heart. Hey, guys, crowd.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Mom, you want to get one?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Eva. Well done. Okay, now presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. I do have some commendations to give out this evening, so I'll come down front. Thank you. Okay, this evening we're going to recognize Girl Scout Troop 4255, and we have commendations for each of the girls related to the positive, like paw, like a dog, change project for the RBPD, our police department. Tonight, I want to begin by recognizing Girl Scout Troop 4255 for their outstanding civic initiative. May I have Genevieve, Juliet, and Kaya come forward with their troop leaders, Gina and Diane, to stand with me up here at the podium. So they identified a real community need and took action. They repaired and rebuilt a temporary overnight holding kennel used by our Redondo Beach Animal Services to house rescued animals at the police department. Their work restored a safe, usable space that had fallen into disrepair, a critical improvement for both animal welfare and our officers' safety. And their efforts haven't gone unnoticed. Troop 4255 was awarded the Girl Scouts of Greater Los Angeles Silver Award, the second highest recognition a Girl Scout can achieve. This is an incredible achievement, and it speaks to their dedication, teamwork, and deep care for our community and our pets. These young leaders stepped up where many would have stepped back. Their work wasn't just about fixing a fence or painting walls. It was about compassion, public service, and the belief that every animal deserves a safe space, even if it's temporary. Thanks to them, our officers have a more secure and functional option when responding to animal rescues. That's real impact, and it came from our youth. The actions taken by Troop 4255 is a reminder that small efforts can spark big change. Once again, thank you, Girl Scout Troop 4255, for your leadership, your dedication, and your heart. You've made Redondo a kinder and safer place. Would you all like to say anything?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Our girls did an incredible job. For those who are unfamiliar with the Silver Award, it requires the girls to do 50 hours of service to their community where they create something sustainable and lasting after they've identified it. They are required to do it all on their own. And in this case, they did have some mentors, which we greatly appreciate, who helped us along the way. So Gil, with our Redondo Beach Dog Park nonprofit, as well as Blue Line Dogs, he helped mentor these girls and teach them everything they need to know to make this safe environment, as well as the Redondo Beach Police Department. Nicole, Marco, and Officer Singh helped as well, which we greatly appreciate because they showed us their commitment as well and educated the girls on what our officers do and how they keep our community safe. So we appreciate everything and giving us this opportunity to help our community. Thank you.
I always second what she says.
So I did get to tour, I went by the facility this afternoon to take a look at it, and I was impressed. I mean, there's a pergola that you guys put up. There's a shed where we keep the refrigerator and some of the supplies, and they separated the dogs from the cats so they don't upset each other, and you made sure they have a safe and comfortable environment and sanitary environment. So as Mayor of Redondo Beach and on behalf of the City Council, I want to present each of you with a commendation for your actions. Kayla Kemp, here you go. Thank you. Juliet Weaver. Thank you. And last but not least, Genevieve Weaver. I process, that's left hand. We go right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
You bring us a problem, we'll fix it.
Oh, I could have taken your phone. I did not see it. You're lucky I did not step on it.
Okay, now to the proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234 travel expense reports. I've got some stuff I'm going to say, and then we'll turn it over to the rest of the council. First, I'll be speaking tomorrow at the Rotary Club. I thank them for inviting me down. We will have our next Olympic Committee meeting at the end of the month, and I'm going to change that to a large events committee because we have more than just the Olympics now that are potentially coming to Redondo. So we'll be talking FIFA World Cup. So very excited about that. We did have the honor of touring a representative for the New Zealand sailing team on Monday. Had a very good interface with him. He's got some choices to make between us, San Pedro, and Long Beach, and so we've got our fingers crossed. Related to what I said before about making the Olympic Committee a large events committee, we did have a meeting last week with LA Galaxy, and they'd like to explore doing FIFA World Cup watch party down in our harbor next year. So that's a positive thing. We'll be setting up some follow-on meetings to discuss that. Thursday, I'll be talking with two individuals who would like to open up permanent water polo in our harbor. So that'll be an initial discussion that'll come. If we can come to something positive there, we'll be coming to the probably Harbor Commission and then the council for approval. And then last but not least, on the 23rd, we will finally be having our hearing with the LA County Department of Health on the opening up Dominguez Park, the playground that we built there. So if you're interested in that, would ask you to come down. It's going to be right here in City Hall. I think it starts at 9 a.m. and goes to about noon. So if you can be here and testify that you want that park open, the playground open, I think that would help the cause. And that's last thing I had. I'll go to Councilmember Obaji. Anything?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Under AB 1234, I want to report that I went to the Independent Cities Association Conference in Coronado from July 10th to July 13th. That was a total cost of $1,409.55 for the room with resort fees, self-parking. And the seminar educational topics included communications during a natural disaster, suggestions that information should roll out in a natural disaster more frequently rather than, once a day. The role of electeds versus staff in a disaster, govtools.org for handling disaster communication. We also talked about how cities may regulate, if at all, for speakers who come to the dais and are disruptive. Also making city halls more customer service oriented, AI for the city's website to answer questions like what family events occur in Redondo Beach in August, and bringing back filming to our city because there was a recent state tax credit that passed for films. And so what else can cities do to help get filming into their own city? So I look forward to discussing that more up here in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Castle.
I attended the ICA conference as well with the same expenses and same topics covered. In addition to that, on this Thursday, I'm having a community meeting next door in the library at 5:30 p.m. until 7 p.m. And our guest speaker this week will be Jeff Jones of Quality Seafoods, and he's the newly elected president of the King Harbor Association. So we're going to be talking about the business of the harbor and what types of events and things are coming to the harbor. So if you're interested in that, please come. And that's all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett.
I have nothing this week, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you. I, too, attended the Independent Cities Association summer session in Coronado last weekend with council members Castle and Obaji. Everything would be the same for me. There were a few valuable sessions pertaining that I liked. The crisis response to natural disasters, it was mygovtools.org. The speaker actually got it wrong during her own talk. Improving youth engagement. I plan to go to Gardena and observe their Youth in Government Day. And then there's First Amendment public comment and ways to bring film and TV back to Los Angeles. I also made some valuable connections as a newly elected person, met a lot of other elected officials in the Southern California area. A couple other things here. The South Bay Greek Festival opens Friday at St. Catherine's Greek Orthodox Church, 722 Nob Hill Avenue, Friday 5 to 10 p.m., Saturday noon to 10 p.m., Sunday noon to 9 p.m. The NRBBA is hosting their Dine Around Artesia and Art Walk with 2 days this year. You can sign up and get tickets now. They're going to be Wednesday, August 13th and September 10th. Go to nrbba.org where you can get tickets to that. And the 24th Annual LA County Police Canine Association Demonstration and Safety Fair will be at the Redondo Union High School Football Stadium July 26th, 1 to 5 p.m. I don't have the URL for that, but you can also get your tickets if you check out our police social media. And sort of instead of pulling an item, I'm saying a little thank you right now to the city of Torrance for the donation of police service dog Max, which is in consent item H14.
I am going to pull that one.
Okay. And my last final thing is a special shout out to my daughter whose birthday is today. She turns 26 or turned 26 at
Happy birthday.
9:41 a.m.
Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and happy birthday to your daughter, Brad. I just have a couple announcements. On Thursday, July 24th, I will have a District 3 community meeting open to all at 6 p.m. on Zoom, and you can register on the my webpage at redondo.org. And then the following days, Friday, July 25th, There will be a free Shakespeare by the Sea performance of As You Like It at Veterans Park. Bring a picnic, bring a blanket, enjoy the show. And on the 26th, that's Saturday at 7 p.m., Shakespeare by the Sea will be doing Julius Caesar at Dominguez Park. Same thing, bring a blanket, bring picnic, and enjoy. That's it.
Thank you. Thanks for reminding me about that. Councilmember Obaji, one last one.
Yes, one quick thank you to Public Works because they started construction this last Monday on the SCE right-of-way to expand the North Redondo Beach bike path along Rockefeller. So it's great. Thank you.
And thanks to SCE for approving it.
Yes, thanks to SCE. I think they approved it right before we had ICA, so when we see them there, we wouldn't bother them about it.
Okay, with that, we'll jump to item E. Could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Mayor, there is one item that I believe the city attorney's requested that we remove from the agenda this evening. That's item H21. We'll bring that back at a later date.
Okay.
I move to approve the agenda with the exception of item H21.
And I'll second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Jumping down to item G, blue folder items. Is there any blue folder, are there any blue folder items for this council meeting?
Yes, we have 4 blue folder items. Item D, presentations, proclamation, announcements, AB 1234 travel expense Marriott invoice from Councilmember Abaji. League of Cal Cities invite for installation of 2025-2026 officers. H21 approved the legal service agreement with Covington and Berlin for legal services, signed agreement, confirmation of insurance letter. J1, receive and file presentation from Beach Cities Health District on the launch of a request for expression of interest for uses of the former South Bay Hospital redevelopment site. Public communication, K1, public communication. H21 was pulled. Thank you.
Motion to approve, and I included the.
To receive and file?
Yeah, sorry, motion to receive and file those items. I included the Cal Cities invitation for the inauguration of Councilmember Britt Huff, because I'm probably not able to make it August 7th, but she did want me to pass on the invitation to everybody else. So you can see the info there. It does take an RSVP in advance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to receive and file. Can I get a second?
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. So I'm going to pull, these are items that we approve as a batch unless one of the council members wants to approve them. For those that we don't approve, we will offer an opportunity for the public to speak against any of the ones that we don't pull. And I am going to pull H14. That's the getting the Torrent service dog moved over to Redondo Beach, which we appreciate, and so we'll have the opportunity to see the dog. So we'll pull that one. Anybody wish to pull anything else? Councilmember Waller?
No.
Councilmember Castle?
No.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
None. Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
H23.
Okay, H23. Okay, apart from H23 and H14 and H21, which was pulled from this agenda in totality, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move to.
So moved.
Yeah.
Second.
Motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address anything under item H except H14, H21, and H23? Anyone online wish to address any of these? H23 is an ordinance about changing some of the, changing the youth commission and how it operates, and also repealing the public safety commission.
There's no e-comments. We have for individuals, but there's no hand raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you.
No hand raised.
No hand raised.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we'll go to the excluded items. The first one is H14, I believe.
Excuse me. Adopt by title only resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have to read off that.
Sorry about
I
that.
apologize.
Yeah, it's only one. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2507-051, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the suspension of preferential parking hours in the Vincent and Vincent 2 preferential parking districts of on July 26, 2025, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for Los Angeles County Police Canine Association 24th Annual Police Canine Demonstration and Educational Public Safety Fair at Redondo Union High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we still have Chief Huffman? Okay, H14 is regarding the police dog that we're getting from Torrance. So Chief, the floor is all yours.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Excited to be here tonight. Redondo Beach PD has a long-standing and one of the largest canine programs in the South Bay. And we're excited tonight to introduce Canine Max to the city. So Max is a 4-year-old Dutch Shepherd who is originally from Holland. And the nickname that they have is Dutchies. And they're called that. They have a very high drive and work ethic, which this dog, Max, definitely displays. So a little bit of a history on Max. He originally came from the city of Torrance, and he graduated from the Basic Canine Academy in January of 2024. And he spent a little bit over a year working in the field with the city of Torrance before his handler retired. So part of us having such a large canine program and being so involved in the South Bay, we maintain very good relationships with all the other cities and law enforcement organizations. And as you know, we border 5 different cities. We assist Torrance a lot. Well, unfortunately, just based on the circumstances at Torrance PD right now, they're not able to select another handler for Max to go with. But he has plenty of service life left. So Torrance PD reached out and asked if we would like to bring Max on to the city of Redondo Beach. We currently have an opening on our canine program. Actually, we're gonna have 2 because of a recent promotion, and the timing just worked out perfect. So Max's favorite toy is his Kong toy, which is here on display, which is
He's
one of the
fixated
most
on it.
critical tools for the canine program. And he just loves work. And he's gonna make him an invaluable asset to Redondo Beach PD. And one of the interesting facts, I asked for a couple of little things about him. So he's been kind of kenneled while we worked out everything and we're able to present the agreement to you. And at the kennel where he's at, they said that he loves his treats so much that he's earned the nickname the Cookie Monster. So, kind of a fun thing. This is Officer Haley. Officer Haley is one of our current canines, currently as Canine Ace. He's going to be transitioning and taking Canine Max, who is trained for patrol operations. And Canine Ace is going to stay with the city of Redondo Beach and will be selecting a new handler, and he's going to be focused on explosive detection only and not all the patrol certifications. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and introduce Max to you, and we're excited to bring him on to the city of Redondo Beach and Redondo Beach PD.
Okay. Welcome, Canine Max. And thanks to the city of Torrance. So can I get a motion to approve H14?
Move to approve H14.
Second.
Okay, anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchak. This is one of the things I came here. This item came up on the city council meeting in Torrance, and I was for it because, you know, the dog is already trained and, you know, why throw away a good training? So I was happy you guys taking the dog, and good luck with it, and catch all the drug dealers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? And by the way, we can't see the timer on our screens. I know, but it's not projecting. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
There's no e-comment. There's 4 individuals on Zoom, but no hands have been raised.
Okay. So all 4?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that one passes. H23, that was pulled by Councilmember Barrett. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. H23, as you know, Mayor, concerns the repealing and elimination of the Public Safety Commission. It was an item that I previously voted no on. The council subsequently agreed to agendize for discussion in the near future a potential replacement or substitute commission. And so because of that, I'm inclined now to vote yes on this item, subject to any input from the public.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to approve H23.
Second.
You got 2 seconds. So. Let's see, anyone from the public wish to address this item? I have a card, and it is Mark Nelson, so.
It is, thank you. I just want to thank the Public Safety Commission because I've met with them a few times about the issues we've got going on the Prospect Frontage Road. And while they weren't fully engaged in it as a formal party, they were very helpful. They listened, they looked at the videos that we provided. There was really hard data on the illegal U-turns and the rest of it. So, you know, they turned out to be a really good resource. And I think that, you know, that particular group of people was really interested in doing what they were doing. I just think that, you know, from just the few meetings I went to, they struggled a little bit with scope because it just wasn't clear. So hopefully your next, you know, reincarnation of this might be clear enough that it will be, you know, more helpful for the commissioners as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item?
There's no e-comments and.
We have
sorry
one
about
coming
that.
up.
Good evening, Nancy Skiba, District 4, Public Safety Commissioner. I now support what you're doing in terms of replacing this commission with a new and updated commission that will have a different focus and parameters, rules, and because we do need some type of public safety commission in the city. The residents want it, and I think it's extremely valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
There's no e-comments. There's 4 individuals on Zoom, but no one has raised their hand. No
Okay.
hands raised.
Thank you. So that's it from the excluded consent calendar. And by the way, we still can't see this projected on our screens.
Okay.
So I don't know if IT needs to get involved or if there's something you need to activate from your console.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, jumping down to item J, mayor and council items, we have,
Excuse me?
You need a vote. And you need.
oh, that's right.
All
To vote on
hands raised.
H23.
Okay.
I just don't want to mislead the public here. This is a vote to dissolve this commission. I'm not in favor of reconstituting this commission. While there may be a need for a commission to address public safety issues from time to time, it's clearly not every month or every other month. I would be, you know, I'd more likely favor including in the Public Works and Sustainability Commission the ability for them to review public safety matters from time to time.
okay, with that, I'll call the vote, all for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? Okay, now we're done with the excluded consent calendar items. The next,
I have to read?
yes, go ahead.
Thank you. H14, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2507-050, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the donation, release, and waiver of liability and indemnity agreement with the City of Torrance for the donation of a police service dog to the City of Redondo Beach. H23, introduced by title only ordinance number 3295-25, an ordinance of the City Council of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 9, Article 6, Section 2-602 and 2-9603 pertaining to the City of Redondo Beach Youth Commission and repealing in its entirety Title II, Chapter 9, Article 8 pertaining to the Public Safety Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now item J1, this is a presentation from BCHD on the launch of their request for expression of interest for uses of the former South Bay Hospital redevelopment site. Mr. Backley. Is there a presentation for this?
There is. I think it's going to be helping with that. And, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tom Backley, Beach Cities Health District. Wanted to come and give you a quick update on what's happening at the campus. You'll see this presentation. We gave you hard copies of it. There's some in the back as well. And then attached to the agenda was a fact sheet that shows the exact parcel that we're going to be doing what's called a request for expression of interest, RFEOI. And so we'll talk to you a little bit about what that means. Maybe we can go to the next slide. I want to talk about what we're doing at the campus. Basically, what we're proceeding with is that we're implementing components of the Healthy Living Campus Master Plan, which was adopted by our board in 2021. There was an environmental impact report that we did as part of that. That was approved at that time, and there was no challenge to that EIR back in 2021. And so we're looking at components of the campus. So you can see on the left is the bike path that we completed in Redondo Beach. That was one piece of it. We'll talk a little bit more about the diamond green space there, which is the second photograph. I'll get into that in a little more detail. But basically, as you hear this presentation and think about what's happening at the campus, what we're looking to do is move some of the functions into the existing building. So the 510 building, and I'll show you exactly where that is. It's that building there. In the second slide, it's your first building on your right as you come into the campus. There's a land lease on that building, and that reverts to the district, to the taxpayers of the three beach cities in 2030. And so what we're looking to do is move some functions that were originally planned for the master plan into that existing building that would be consistent with that use, is already built, already has parking, and so would not have the impacts of construction. And so what we're looking to do is to move the Center for Health and Fitness, which is on the second floor. That's a medically accredited Center for Health and Fitness with about 2,500 users that we operate on the second floor of the old South Bay Hospital. That would be moving into the 510 building. And then as part of the master plan, we were looking at trying to bring what's called a PACE provider, or a program for all-inclusive care for the elderly. And what it is a one-stop shop for older adult needs. It's everything from pharmacy to any kind of service they would need, seeing a doctor, meals. And so that would be something that would also be at the 510 building. There is a provider that is entering into a lease in the 510 building. It's the Jewish Community Home. They operate these on the west side. And so they're going to be bringing one to the South Bay. The closest one now is San Pedro. And this is typically a service that lower income people use. And so we hope it's one that's going to be used here in Redondo. Many of our clients that we help out at Beach Cities Health District have to go to San Pedro for this service. And so we're excited that it's going to be coming to the campus. And then, of course, Alcove Beach Cities, we have about 56% of the capital project funded. We're looking for that to go on the corner of Flagler and Barrel. If we can raise those funds in the next 6 months or so, it would be located there. If we're unable to raise the additional approximately $6 million, then we would need to be looking at perhaps relocating that to Adventureplex, our facility up in Manhattan Beach. We would prefer that it be here just based on the utilization that we're seeing and the fact that we would like it to be part of the Healthy Living Campus. So let's talk about the request for expression of interest. So what we're looking to do is, what do we do with, if we're moving these uses out of the 514 building or the old South Bay Hospital, what's going to go in its place? And so our board has given direction that they would like us to vacate or move out of that space by March of 2027. And so we are going out with this letter of interest for the development community to see what could go in the place of the 514 Prospect building and the parking to the north. And so obviously it must align with our mission and vision. We would like it to obviously meet health needs and then also create revenue to support our services. I think as most people know, we are a public agency. We don't generate profit. Any revenue that we generate from our assets goes to fund our programs. Then we would also like the seismic safety issues of the building to be addressed by either demolishing it or if they are able to use it through an adaptive reuse, I think you would see the board support that. So we've been working on this plan for 7 years. I see some neighbors that have had concerns with our project are here tonight. We are listening as we go out for this RFEOI. One thing that we've done in there is we have stated what the height will need to be. We've said 60 feet there. As you know, there's currently not a height limit on that piece of, on that parcel. Density, we've said cannot exceed 1.25 FAR. As you know, there's no density cap now. We're envisioning it would be less than that. And then also that what we've heard over the years is concern about the development being placed on the edges of the property. And so in our RFEOI, we were saying, hey, we want it to be where the existing building is, bring it more towards the center of the site. And that's been a common concern that we've heard. So again, just to orient you real quick, on the bottom is Prospect. The buildings in orange are buildings that we already have land leases for. So the district owns the land, and then we are entered into these long-term leases. And the one on the right, the 510, is the one that expires in 2030. And so that's the one where we're looking to move some of the uses that we had envisioned in the master plan to that building, such as the Center for Health and Fitness and the Program for All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly. And so what that does in phase 2, there was concern on the right there from the Diamond Street neighbors about impacts there. When we're sinking this kind of money into the 510 building by putting the Center for Health and Fitness there, by having a major PACE provider coming in there, there's not going to be anything happening there, in my estimation, for at least 15 to 20 years. So we think that should alleviate some of the concerns that the Diamond Street neighbors have to the right. We hope to alleviate some of the concerns from the Prospect neighbors, which are standing essentially where we are when looking at this, by keeping the development to the center of the project where it is today. You can see that brown piece of property up at the top there. That's what we call the Flagler Barrel lot. That's where we hope that Alcove will go so that we can have the campus be intergenerational. Thanks, Renee. So just want to talk, just give you a quick update about Alcove. Those are the service streams: mental health, physical health, substance use, peer support, family support, and supported education and employment. And so we have seen about 4,800 visits by young people from Redondo Beach, and with more than 545 of them receiving free services in the almost 3 years. So that's for Redondo Beach. Roughly 50% of those that use Alcove are coming from the 3 beach cities. We do offer service to Special Planning Area 8, which includes basically the South Bay, and roughly we're seeing a little less than 50% coming from cities other than the 3 beach cities. Because we're funded, half of our funding comes from the state, where we wouldn't be receiving that funding anyways. We think that works out pretty well, where the utilization is matching what our contribution is. And again, this is drop-in services for youth ages 12 to 25. As you know, the district has focused on preventative health over the last 25 plus years since the hospital closed. We're back now in the clinical business. We are providing clinical care at Alcove. We are seeing a high number of suicide risk assessments, and so that is something that we are seeing and really fits in with what the district does, which is we respond to what the health need is. And in this case, it's youth mental health. And if that's more chronic care that's needed, then we're able to provide that through our partnerships with UCLA and others. So that was something that we're seeing over the 3 years that we hadn't expected. So we're obviously concerned about that, but pleased that we're able to offer that service. We're in the last year of a 3-year pilot grant where these services are free, except for the half that we're paying from the health district, but they are free to the user. And so we hope that will continue. We're working with the state and other partners to continue Alcove into the future. And then just a quick plug for Volunteer Day. I know many of you have participated in that in the past, Thursday, August 14th. And we'll be doing work to get the school gardens ready for school, which hard to believe that school will be starting soon. So happy to answer any questions you might have on the RFEOI. We're going to be getting submittals in August. The plan would be then to vet that with the public in October and perhaps have a decision in the November range by our board about which partner to proceed with. As you know, we were looking at doing assisted living there on that piece before. We've opened that up to include potentially other health-related uses, and we're going to see kind of what the private market is willing to partner on and then share that with the community and say, okay, what's best and what fits for the future of the health district. So happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the council? I see no hands up at this time. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mr. Backley, for coming here and explaining all this. I think of the Galleria when I think about this property, and so far as the Galleria has been owned by several different entities trying to pursue kind of the development, and the development hasn't come into existence of the Galleria. So you were seeking, you were in partnership or an agreement for an RCFE, right? And then that didn't go through. So why did the board think that it was time now to explore another RCFE? And I appreciate, by the way, all the downsizing or the reposturing that you've endeavored to do in this expression of interest. But just curious if you know why the board decided to continue with the RCFE.
Well, RCFE or residential care for the elderly would be one piece. That's been one use that we've listed. I think what the board has wanted to do is cast a wider net than just residential care for the elderly, which is what we did before. And it was kind of wedged up in the north end of the property there along, the edge of the property where some residents had concerns. By moving it into the center and vacating the old hospital building, we think we're opening up the site to allow perhaps other uses. So residential care for the elderly is one possible use. There's also affordable housing would be a potential use, or perhaps medical office building would be a use, or behavioral health. Those are all things that we would be open to, and so we've cast a wider net, I would say, with this.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah. And has the community responded well to those changes that seemingly heed the messages that they've been sending?
We think so. I mean, we still have some concerns from some. You may hear that tonight and be happy to follow up with any questions you might have of me after that. But we have been taking it through our committees. We have done it through our strategic planning half day. We did have a study session where we invited the public. And so we have had members of the public come to that and speak in support. And then we also have members of the public that are going to be on the evaluating committee for potential partners through the request for information or interest.
Great, thank you. Thanks for coming out here.
Okay, anyone else? No. Okay, we may call you back based on the public input, but thank you, appreciate it, and appreciate all you guys do for the community. What sticks in my mind is that 4,800 kids from Redondo have visited the alcove, and that to me is an amazing number. So you're definitely providing a valuable resource to our youth.
Thank you.
So if you don't mind, I'll open up to public and we'll call you back up.
Receive and file the documents.
Yes.
Motion received.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajevic?
Aye. Sorry, I was on mute.
Was covered by the blue folder item.
Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item? Do we have any cards?
Not for Jay.
Okay.
This is in the public record. Okay. I mean, it's in the public comments. I don't know if you want to receive it.
We already accepted it under the blue folder, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Should be.
I'm asking you.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Just to be safe.
Motion received and filed.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
So I redlined their Beach Cities fact sheet, and this is no more red ink than the planning department spilled when it did the pre-CUP for Beach Cities, because it was pretty incomplete too. So the mayor and I sat on the Beach Cities Community Working Group together for 4 years. And I don't know if the mayor was there in May and June of 2017 or not, I don't remember. But in May and June of 2017, Beach Cities came in and said that they were going to buffer the residents from the project. They were going to put parking all the way around the outside, and they were going to put green space around the rest of it. That was in the presentation in May and June. Come July, we get a full-blown presentation with 6-story buildings on the perimeter. So it's like the first 2 months were just smoke being blown up our skirts. And the third month, obviously something was already in flight, because you just don't pop up with architectural renderings of a plan that's completely different. So it was up against 30-foot zoned residential. They were putting 6-story. Ultimately, the EIR has 133.5-foot height in it. And that was the big 6-story monster on the north side. It also says that they've had 1,000 comments. Well, I invite any of you to open the EIR comments up and find out that in that 1,317 pages, at least 95% of them are negative. They're all like, no, don't do it, too many impacts. So yeah, there's comments, all right, but they're not happy comments. With regard to the bike path, it wound up costing a little bit over $2 million in the end, and it's 400 feet long. So at $5,000 a foot, it is twice the cost of the most expensive bike path in the United States that we could find, and that was a protected lane in downtown Seattle. So I'm just not really sure that I want these people doing any more development with my tax dollars, okay? I do think that we want this to be a more resident-focused. Elko is 91% non-residents, and we didn't get to see their presentation before this, so we didn't know what they were going to talk about. Is 91% non-resident because it's that service planning area 8. The former PACE was going to be 95% non-resident based on the statistics of who uses PACE. Currently, the CHF is 35% non-resident based on the data that Beach Cities dumped on us. We subsidize all that as taxpayers, okay? So right this minute, I don't think that this is a good use. And for the record, I want to say I asked for equal time with Beach Cities and didn't get it. So if you guys ever have to vote on this, we'll probably bring that up later. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Okay. So I'm Andy Porchap. I used to live in Redondo Beach, and I used to use this facility. I think it was an excellent facility. And that's when I was pretty healthy. But, you know, I had surgery there, so they brought my arm back to use. Anyway, it was a great presentation, and I think we need more health facilities ever than ever, because people growing old, you know, old geezers like me, you know, they need more maintenance. And if you don't have a facility, all the geezers has to come to Torrance, you know, because Torrance have a little company of Mary and Torrance Memorial. So they have excellent services there, but, you know, your geezers has to go to Torrance. You know what I mean? So, and recently, I realized that in Torrance, you cannot even park 10 o'clock at any facility. You know what I mean? Torrance has a big health district, you know, at the airport and everything. So old people need so much maintenance It's unbelievable. I said to hear that, you have 4,800 mental patient kids, Maybe that's because the marijuana, it's easy to get to marijuana, and the kids are smoking marijuana at these beach parties and this and that, and no arrest, they're just freely smoking, So instead of let that go and promote marijuana, maybe that money or that effort should be spent on health facilities. And, for more health facilities because the population growth, people live longer. Look at me. I lasted, all these years. And, people go to doctors, you know what I mean? So we need more health facilities. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
Okay, we have two e-com online. We have Daryl Boyd.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Good evening, Daryl Boyd. My public comment on agenda item J1 earlier reads support. To clarify, that was in support of Mark Nelson's comment. I fully oppose Beach City's health district in every way. Beach City's health district is no friend to the city of Redondo Beach, especially the 500 to 600 North Prospect Avenue residents. BCHD is a traffic and noise generating nuisance, and things will only get worse if they are not stopped. Now they're talking about lower income housing, affordable housing, just what we don't want to hear here on Prospect Avenue. We can expect a large drop in our property values if this were to happen. We don't want it. Mayor Light, City Council members, we need you behind us to find solutions for 500 to 600 North Prospect Avenue, not to allow more problems to be created for us by Beach City's Health District. Beach City's Health District is not to be trusted. The residents of Redondo Beach have already spoken. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
We have Marcy Guillermo.
Go ahead, Marcy.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcy Guillermo, resident of Redondo Beach for the past 25 years. It's interesting that the CEO of Beach Cities went over what they're planning to do. He did not mention how many acres is he going to leave open for the public, for public use, open space, trees, gardens, amenities like that. To me and to every resident in Redondo, or most of them, that's very important. So I would appreciate if the mayor and city council keeps that in mind. And I don't appreciate having to subsidize most of the programs Beach City provides. Some may be okay, but not all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
There's no more hands raised on Zoom. We have two e-comments, one in support and one in oppose.
Okay, thank you. So there's nothing left for us to do on that one. We've already received and filed the report that we just got. Thank you, Mr. Backley, for briefing us on this, and I continue to be impressed with the alcove and how many of our kids that you guys are treating there. So really appreciate that, as well as your other activities throughout the community. So thank you for coming out tonight and briefing us on this. Okay, item J2, receive and file a presentation from Friends of the Redondo Beach Arts on Reimagined Poetry Invitational Art Exhibit. Do we have, come on down.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good evening. My name is Nina Zakladin. I'm the president of Friends of Redondo Beach Arts and the curator of the art exhibition Reimagined Poetry Invitational that happened at Pier Plaza last month. I'm here to thank the mayor and the council and the city for the opportunity to exhibit art on Pier Plaza, such a unique and beautiful space. I would also like to thank Brian Campbell of BC Urban and Pat McKenzie of Concord for their hospitality on Pier Plaza. They prepared the units for us. They helped us in any way they were above and beyond. We have the catalog for the exhibition, if you can receive and file, okay? And I would like to tell you a little bit about it. One more very, very important thanks. I'd like to thank the 60 volunteers who put this exhibition together. They worked tirelessly for many hours to do everything for this to be a success. And one example of this wonderful volunteer is my exhibition director, Patty Lynette, that is here every day, all day for about 2 months, working on the exhibition. This exhibition was by invitation, so we approached artists and they had to sign a letter of intent that they will create works of art specifically for this exhibition. We had 58 artists and they produced over 150 artworks. The artists were from 4 different states and from 23 different cities. From the city of Redondo Beach, out of 58 artists, 13 were residents of the city of Redondo Beach. Out of the 58, 38 were returning artists who exhibited with us before, and 20 artists who just exhibited for the first time in the city of Redondo Beach. Due to the location, that was 5 different spaces, 5 units that we transformed into galleries. Each unit had several rooms. So the opportunity for site-specific installations artists was huge. We conducted 4 walkthrough where the artists walked through the 5 different spaces, and then they had to submit a proposal for the installation in this specific, in a place they chose. In an exhibition of this level, there's usually 1 or 2 site-specific installations. We had 12. The artists of the installation and other work dealt with many environmental and social issues. For example, we had installation that dealt with, very close to us, the shifting land of Portuguese Bend and how it affects the people living there. We had exhibition that described the process or the steps of the coronavirus pandemic. Artists reacted to the LA fires, to banned books, and many other social issues. Some of the artists were inspired by the location, and there was a wonderful exhibition of diving underwater, an exhibition in installation inspired by the color blue, and a beautiful artwork of a 25-feet sail that talks about being on the ocean. And we could provide a real authentic ocean breeze on Pier Plaza for that. I'd like also to talk about the way we affected the pier and life on Pier Plaza. We sent our guests that came from everywhere to all the restaurants on the pier. People went to Kincaid, to Tony's on the pier, to El Torito, and many of the other restaurants and stores on Pier Plaza and the International Boardwalk. So I know all the merchants and restaurant owners who were there because they came and told us that we really helped their business on days that we were open. Other exciting thing we did is for the first time we had a social media page dedicated to this exhibition. So this is the social media stats that for us was a very good learning experience. We had 8,777 views. It reached 3,873, and their interaction with what we posted was 500. So it was a great way to learn how to use social media to promote the exhibition and let people know that it is happening. One other exciting thing that happened is that we collaborated with California Long Beach State University. We had a folio. A folio is a group of artworks of printers from all over the country that worked under the title Echoes of Poetry, which was perfect for an exhibition that is artwork inspired by poetry. We found out that having the words at the poem really enhanced the experience both to the artist and to the people viewing it. These 16 artworks had a poem printed on vellum and a print that done each in different printing technique. The printing department of the university owns that portfolio. So just to give you a quick feel about the exhibition, we have a video, a short video that captured life on Pier Plaza during the exhibition.
At Pier Plaza, Redondo Beach, we are presenting to you a new exciting art exhibition, Reimagine Poetry Invitational, 5 art galleries full of artwork inspired by poetry. And the power of the pen and the brush is unbelievable.
At first I thought, oh, we're gonna come. It's so cold. And then all of a sudden, boom.
I come to these all the time. It's wonderful to see all the talents that we have in our community. I may be an engineer, but you don't inspire people the same way with art.
I talk to some of the artists and I see what they do, but it knocks my socks off. It's a great show. There's all kinds of stuff. I mean, look at this happy colors. And
oh, wow. Oh, wow. I like this and this and this and that.
I was an archaeologist for 7 years in the field. Oh. And I did all the illustrations, all the maps, all the rock art.
I like this section.
Thanks. This is my favorite one.
And she was telling us how she made her own language and she was using what she interpreted in the pieces that she would see and make them more friendly. So that piece definitely caught my eye.
I feel like this painting behind us is the first one that really caught my eye. And we've talked to so many great artists. I'm super excited to be part of it.
Yeah, it's been a great event.
It really is. It's beautiful. It's awesome.
I really enjoyed being a part of this. Thank you to everyone who's involved in this to make this such a big success. We don't even know about this area and have such a great time learning about the artists in such a beautiful venue. So thank you so much.
I love all the hard work and effort that goes into making all of this so special.
A beautiful, beautiful location, beautiful works of art in the city of Redondo Beach.
So thank you so much for the opportunity. We had a wonderful time on the pier and we loved it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from?
Motion to receive and file.
Second. Okay, all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item? Okay, anyone online?
We have Marcy Guillermo. Oh, we have no hands.
So Marcy doesn't want to, okay.
And there's no e-comments at this time.
Okay, so thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Now, item K, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide the members of the public with an opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker can speak only once on this item. And we'll take written requests first, of which I have several. So the first is Hudson Brand.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Hudson Brand. Redondo Beach has always believed that if you work hard and play fair, you earn your place by the beach. Surfers, engineers, teachers, dog walkers, we all share the same sunsets. But the ladder's missing rungs. According to Zillow's June 2025 report, a studio now averages $2,000 a month. Following the 50-30-20 rule, rent would be 55% of a new graduate's take-home pay. Now, you could argue that it's because it's California and a nice area to live. However, 1 bedrooms push $2,700 and 2 bedrooms push $3,500. That's 70% above the national average. Half of our households rent and many are one hike away from moving inland. I'm asking you tonight to approve 2 fair share method tools that keep young and working neighbors in town. First, a Section 8 Plus fund, a $350 a month voucher for recent grads, service workers, and seniors on fixed incomes, the gap that's growing fastest. Second, a modest revenue package to pay for it, a 0.5% step up in business license fees on the top grossing 5% of firms, mostly national chains. And second, an empty home fee on units left vacant left more than 6 months. This would mirror Torrance and Santa Monica. Together, they raise about $3 million a year, enough to protect 1,000 renters right away, while also fueling a zero-interest ADU loan pool with full waivers for ADU builds that would bring 120 below-market studios online within 2 years. We'd get instant breathing room for renters who are already stretched, 250 new doors in 5 years in ADUs alone, with nudging rents down without front-up land costs. This would be a self-funding cycle. As more homes rent out and ADUs raise the tax base, the city's revenue fuel grows, fuel for further housing programs. We know big goals are doable. Last year, we reached functionally zero homelessness, something I am very proud of. Let's build on that success. Redondo's voters are nearly half blue, a quarter red, and a quarter independent. But we agree on fairness, opportunity, and keeping the community we love intact. So I respectfully ask, direct staff tonight to draft ordinances for these tools and calendar them for the September budget study session. Let's prove beach cities can balance fairness and sunsets. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, next I have Jim Mueller and then Mark Nelson.
Good evening, Council. California has several small city urban development success stories. One I like is Redwood City, population 85,000. They set out to revitalize the city's core, which was called at that time Deadwood City. In 2018, they updated their 1998 general plan, calling it Phase 2. They recognize that revitalizing begins with repeopling. You must get people interested in being in the area you're trying to revitalize. If you get the people into the area, they bring money, and when you re-money an area, you will re-business it, and more business means more city revenue. That's how urban development works. The Redwood City leaders were determined to understand why the people had deserted Redwood City, now calling it Deadwood City. It was like our Redondo question. Why isn't Artesia Boulevard Business District attractive to the thousands of middle and upper income families living so close to it? Back to Redwood City, the city planners did surveys, held workshops, forums, gatherings, real-time online. They asked and then listened and listened. And then they made a plan to make happen what they had heard from the people. Deadwood City is gone, Redwood City is back. I had to make it sound easy because I have only 3 minutes. But other cities in California have done similar revitalizations: Pasadena, San Diego, Sacramento. And what they have in common is reaching out to people and listening to what they want for their city, and then doing their best to make that happen. Cherry picking people for a committee doesn't work, no matter how many times the same cherry picked people meet. Those same people will come up with the same answers, which might not be the answer that works for the majority. Redwood City listened to lots of people, some of them hard to listen to or hard to open up. But that hard work led to success. They also learned you can't force a business into a community that does not want it. Such a business will become dead wood. Thank you.
Thank you. See, Mark Nelson. And then, I can't tell if it's Louise or Louis Lee.
This one's in the folder too. Okay, good evening. Since Tom decided to stick Alcove into his presentation, if I known, I would have probably talked about it then. As it turns out, Alcove is not part of the request for expressions of interest. That land isn't in there, nor is Alcove. So what I wanted to talk about tonight was the actual economics of Alcove, because what happened is Beach Cities expanded the service territory to 1.4 million by including Long Beach and a whole bunch of other LA County. In fact, I think it says there's like 17 LA cities in Alcove. So they expanded it, so they thought they would have a better shot at getting a grant. Now, all the operating grants for Alcove expire June of 26. So as of that date.
So hold on a second. Can you stop the clock, please? Mm-hmm. So Mark, we're asking, this is for things that are within our jurisdiction. And right now you're talking about how BCHD is managing Alcove. Can you tie this to our jurisdiction somehow?
Sure. This is the C2 lot at the corner of Flagler and Barrel, and they're going to bring that forward as a project in the next 6 months, because that's when their funding expires. So
you're tying how they're using it today to our?
No, okay, Alcove, the C2 lot's vacant right now.
Yes.
Right? Alcove is the target for the C2 lot. Sometime in the next 6 months, they've never brought you anything on Alcove yet, nothing. The pre-CUP had nothing to do with Alcove, it was only the RCFE.
So you're telling us not to approve Alcove?
There you go.
Okay, but how they do financing, it doesn't pretend, we don't control that, that's not within our
Well,
jurisdiction.
this is the reason I'm saying not to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No, I apologize, I just want to make sure we're staying on
Oh,
target.
I got it, that's fine. So when Beach Cities went off to get funding, not for Alcove operations, but for the Alcove building, they went into a state pool, they got a $6 million grant, and that $6 million grant came with a requirement to provide 30 years of service of the building that they build and Alcove to the full service area of 1.4 million. And that is 100% unfunded as of June 2026. So that sticks to the taxpayers of the 3 beach cities alone. So we've got, despite the fact, and I know that right now 50% of the intake is from the beach cities, and that's great. But for the next 30 years, we're at risk for having to pay 100% of the tab for 50% of the services. And there's no way out of this agreement other than not to actually take the money. So I just want to make sure that the city realizes that, you share taxpayers with beach cities. And this is a pretty big chunk. We estimated it at $170 million liability for a $6 million grant. But they still they're saying they need $6 million. Well, they said they needed 9 for Measure BC, so maybe one of the two is true. But so I don't think they've got the funding, and I think that's going to be okay. But, in the event it comes to you, I think long and hard about whether we want it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Louis or Louise Lee, and then Joseph Peck / Robin Lambert.
Mayor, pleasure to meet you. City council members, distinguished panel. My name is Louis Lee. I'm with Eubanks Conservatory of Music and Arts, Inc., nonprofit organization. And what we do is we provide after-school programs for the youth. We're working in the city of Gardena right now, and Carson has been very successful. And we're running a nonprofit organization, a GoFundMe, so we can come here and operate in the city of Redondo Beach. I live in Redondo Beach, and I've been here for 4 years. My presentation is twofold. I wanted to come here and introduce myself so I could get to know all of you, your distinguished people, and know who the liaison is. I didn't know when I had come in here, I wanted to get some directions, and I spoke to the mayor, and he directed me. I didn't know you were the mayor. Please excuse me. So I've already met you informally, but now formally I'm meeting you. And so our whole mission is to reduce the recidivism. Living in Redondo Beach, I was amazed, and you might have heard about this. About 9 months ago, a student had come to school with a gun. I said, no, this can't be. But that's the culture right now, okay? And we have to change that, okay? And we can do that with culture arts. We know that is the essence, culture. This is the gun culture, and it's all with the games, that they see. And we have to change that. So our program comes, and that's what we do. And we wanted to introduce ourselves and know who the liaison is so that we can speak to that person and further it. Also, we're running a GoFundMe so we can have the funds once this gets started. So we want to be transparent and to let you know that. The second part is I live at 630 Meyer Lane. And when I drive out in the mornings, I don't know if I'm going to get hit or not. It's hard to see when the trash comes. I have a home there, and I wanted to present this to you to see if we could I don't know if this is apropos or not, if we could have a red line on each direction so I can see what's coming, because a few times I had driven out, almost got hit. And so I said, today, since I'm coming here, speaking to the people in charge, maybe I could ask them and they could direct me to whom I need to speak to so that it doesn't happen, so I can come back and not be someplace else in heaven. Thank you for your time. And
Could you repeat the address, please?
630 Meyer Lane, Redondo Beach, California, 92078.
Thanks. Your council members here, and we'll take a look at it.
Thank you for your time and your patience, gentlemen.
Do you have a card for what you do for the conservatory?
Yes, I do. May I present?
Can you receive and file?
Second.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Should I give it to her, sir?
Yes.
Okay, yes. How many do I need?
If you get it to one of us, I'll get it to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get it to me, Mayor, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, thank you for your time and your patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming forward. Appreciate it. Oh, well. Oh. Yeah, I'll take a motion to receive and file the business card.
We did do
Oh,
a motion.
we didn't.
Did we vote on it?
Oh, we didn't
All
vote.
four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then last card I have is Joseph Peck and Robin Lambert.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm Dr. Joseph Peck. Been a resident in Redondo Beach for about 30 years, practicing in the South Bay for about 23 years. I don't know if anybody on the council and mayor is familiar with the application Swimply, if anybody's heard of that. I had not myself. About 1.5 years ago, my neighbor started having pool parties. First was a couple of people, then 10 people, then 20 people, 30. They would happen first on the weekends, then during the week, to as late as 10 o'clock at night with a lot of loud noise. We started investigating, looking to this further, and we discovered that Swimply is a short-term rental application, just like Airbnb. The thing is, you can rent out your property, your pool, your jacuzzi, your yard, your pickleball court by the hour. Never heard of it before until this all started happening. So we went further, started calling code enforcement because of the nuisance, unable to use our backyard. I hate to use the expression, not in my backyard, but this is literally the situation. Got completely frustrating. We built a file with code enforcement. I've been in discussion with the city attorney's office and also with my own attorney. And it appears there is a loophole in short-term rental law, whereas Airbnb rentals are prohibited for less than 30 days, but it appears this does not apply to Swimply. And this is a big concern of mine because this, I think, is the tip of the iceberg. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the fact that about 2 to 3 weeks ago, there was a murder at a Swimply party in Torrance. And this was a party that got out of control. But we do have a lot of people coming in from all over, and this has been a very frustrating situation. And we're looking what can be done to change the city code so that does not become a problem in the future in terms of public safety, public nuisance, public health, as well as property values, which I think all will be affected by this if other individuals start doing the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Okay, anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
This is Porchak again. I just here so that idiot can call in after me. Anyway, I came to Redondo Beach to watch the firework. Unfortunately, we had some thick overcast or marine layer, but it was pretty good. You know, the breeze from the ocean and the smell of the fireworks. So it was great. It could have been better without the overcast. Anyway, the other thing is, I was like, for the public safety, I was checking the name of the security cameras in the village, so people be safe when they eat, and the businesses, they don't get robbed, and all these people getting away. But looks like people don't like me mounting cameras, so they called the police several times. Police was okay. He was educating the people, or the police was educating the people about freedom of speech, First Amendment, and photographing in public. So the cops were great at that day. But unfortunately, some lady put me on this South Bay, what you call them, South Bay community. Anyway, but that was great because lots of great reading, I got like 73 comments, on me, what a piece of shit I am, I photographing people in public, but they were they were under cameras, what I mean, videoing, they were videoed, filmed, but those cameras are okay, but Andy pork chop camera is, come on, you know what I mean? That's invasion of privacy. Anyway, so one commenter, how you call them, did not give out my address, but a pretty good location. So a couple of days ago, I got a father and two kids with a baseball bat showing up front of my house. And I'm thanking for the commenters on the Redondo Beach, South Redondo Beach community, because, they hate each other so much. We have North Redondo and South Redondo. It's not just Redondo because people, South Redondo, they are the big, But anyway, so people now, they know my address because people gave out my address there, and they coming with baseball bat with their little kids, because photography
thank you. Your
is a
time's
crime.
up.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address the city council on non-agenda items? Okay, anyone online?
We have Daryl Boyd.
Okay, go ahead, Daryl.
Good evening, Daryl Boyd. Last week, we continued our review of the many safety and noise codes and ordinances that the city of Redondo Beach is out of compliance on regarding the 500 to 600 North Prospect Avenue block. The residents here are still waiting for your answers and a plan to remedy the situation here. On February 8th of this year, we had a neighborhood meeting in which you, Mayor Light, made a surprise appearance. It made us hopeful that you cared about what we were going through as residents on this street and that you were going to help with real solutions. You won the election, and so far there have been no solutions, only a faux beautification project, which we, the residents, were not allowed to participate in. Mayor Light, we all know that you have a green thumb, you have a love of nature. You even took courses for a certification as a naturalist. That's all fine and that's commendable, nothing at all wrong with that. But unless I'm mistaken, it doesn't make you a professional horticulturist or give you the right as mayor to impose your will on the residents of this street. You selected the size and type of plants that you wanted. Admittingly, you stated that you had never heard of that particular plant before. There was no official landscape plan, nothing presented to the residents to review or to give our input on. You simply rammed through what you wanted without giving us the chance to have anything to say. You had to have native plants. Many of us disagree with your choice, and we aren't happy with the final product here. It was done in a cheap way, cutting corners to give us something, just a token, and probably in the hope that we would quiet down and go away. Mayor Light, the residents here are very disappointed. I recently took a 6-week course and received a certification from Pepperdine University in local government and community partnering. I did this to better understand how city government is supposed to operate. I've learned a lot, and I've also learned that some of the things and the way you are doing them are really not within a mayor's authority or purview. The city government course has also given me better understanding, but I can't and don't claim to know everything. The certification doesn't give me any authority to make decisions or to make me the 6th Redondo Beach City Council member. It's similar to your natural certification, Mayor Light. It's educational and it's a good thing, but it's not a license to impose your will on us with. Last week, you said that my statement regarding the increase in traffic, state, county, and city was disinformation. Well, the disinformation is coming from you, Mayor Light. The truth is that traffic is back up to pre-COVID levels and maybe above. The only way you could claim that traffic is down right now in Redondo Beach is because school is out, so there's less activity, less morning drop-offs, less afternoon pickups, less student drivers, et cetera.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you.
We have Laura Duke.
Okay, Laura.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Light, and city staff. Laura Duke, District 3. I was happy to hear that 2 motivated locals have assembled a group called Citizens for Redondo's Trees to address the subject of tree scarcity in Redondo Beach. Laura McMorran and Mara Lang spoke on Sunday to a group of residents on the importance of trees and how we might organize to encourage the city to do better to protect existing trees and planting new ones in the city. If each of us stops to think about what makes a street walkable, it's always that it's a route that is shaded by trees, that has a nice vibe, has a nice tree canopy. It provides you coolness, it makes the light less harsh, and what you're not even seeing is it's making the air you're breathing cleaner. The presence of trees puts people at ease, and we take these trees for granted until they're not there, and we think, what is different? And often later we learn that trees were removed sometimes by the city without any notification to the local residents. This has happened to me more than once, and I know I'm not alone. In this meeting, we learned that there are some cities with robust tree programs. Unfortunately, Redondo right now is not one of them. However, there was a clear feeling that the group would do its best to work with the city to make improvements on our city's tree policies. As the group gets its footing, I hope that the city will be receptive to working with them and learning the many benefits of trees. Trees are important to so many things, everything from climate change mitigation, habitats for animals, upping home values. And on the issue of home values, ironically, some developers like to disregard trees because they get in the way of more square footage of structures that they make money on. Or they plant the tree, get the approval, and out comes the tree. Turns out some residents even would rather have more pavement than a tree. But if they just thought about it or learned the benefits of trees, I know they'd change their tune. A city needs an official and enforceable tree plan because we only need to look around to see that without one, the results can be dire. So let's all together aim for a city with a healthy tree canopy that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
There's no more hands raised on Zoom, and there's no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes public participation on non-agenda items. Next, we'll go down to ex parte communications. We do have a hearing today on the community development block grant. So any ex parte communications that each of the council members have had since our last meeting should be revealed. I have had none.
None.
Councilmember Wallach, Councilmember Castle.
I've had none.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None for me, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
None on M1.
And I will ask.
I was going to say other than with city staff.
Okay.
And I have none.
Okay, and if you couldn't hear that, Councilmember Obaji stated he had none. So with that, we'll go into public hearings M1 on the community development block grant. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Elizabeth House, Community Services Director. As a recipient of CDBG funding, the city must submit an annual action plan. And with me tonight is Joyce Lee. She is our consultant for CDBG fund management. And she will walk.
We need to open the public hearing.
Oh, yeah.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Good call.
All for it?
Aye.
So she will go ahead and walk council through the activities and funding priorities we have identified and are proposing in the annual action plan. So with that, I'll hand it over to Joyce.
Good evening. My name is Joyce, and like Elizabeth said, I'm here for the second public hearing for the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual action plan. So for residents listening in and who are present today, as a recap, the city does receive federal grants on a yearly basis, and in order to receive and essentially use these funds, the city is required to prepare and submit a variety of reports. So one of them is the annual action plan, and that reflects the total amounts that the city is expected to receive in CDBG funds or Community Development Block Grant, and what the planned activities will be. The city is expecting to receive $295,609, excuse me, and the budget was prepared in consideration with the goals for the 5-year consolidated plan, as well as some statutory regulations that we are required to upheld with our budget. So that does include a 15% cap, or no more than 15% of our total allocations can be used towards public service agencies, as well as a 20% cap for administration and fair housing services. Today, we are here to for City Council's consideration for the proposed public service agency funds. We do have a total of 5 organizations we would like to recommend for CDBG funding. They provide a wide variety of services to service seniors, persons with disabilities, victims of domestic violence, unsheltered individuals, and overall low-income residents of Redondo Beach. Today is our second public hearing. We did complete our 30-day public review period, as well as our first public hearing, and we will be submitting on time, or if possibly earlier, for our August 16th annual action plan submittal. We do have our public service agency representatives, some of them present today, to be able to answer any of council's questions regarding the proposed programs. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Final recommendations. Staff recommends to reconvene the public hearing and take testimony, to close the public hearing, to consider the public service grant recommendations, and then to approve the fiscal year 25-26 annual action plan. Thank you.
Okay, I have no hand raised from the council, no questions.
Just a quick one. Can you go back to the grant one that's got the allocations? Is there a specific reason why each one of these has the allocation they've been given out of your total?
So these are organizations that we worked with for many, many years now. They do come, when we do our notice of funding availability every year, they come to us with how much they would need, what they are proposing to provide services, the type of program they have, and then how many people they would service. Because again, these are our reoccurring partnerships that happen over the years, we are able to tell, maybe you can service this many people with this amount. And because we are receiving additional applications on a yearly basis, we do try to consider these organizations for funding, even though it is at a limited amount. So it does kind of stretch out our organization's funding at the end.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the council? Okay, I'll open it up to the public. Anyone wish to address this agenda item? Anyone online?
We have 4 people online and no hands raised, and there's no e-comments.
Okay, so at this point, I'll entertain a motion. Well, let's close the public hearing first.
Move that we close the hearing.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now I'll entertain a motion to accept the grant recommendations as written and adopt the 2025 to 2026 annual action plan.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Second. All for it?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. Anything you have to read there? Okay. Okay, now we're jumping down to item 01, discussion and possible action on the approval of agreement with Griffin Structures to serve as our owner's rep and program manager for the implementation of Measure FP. Who's speaking to this? Is this you?
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I'm Luke Smoody, Assistant to the City Manager. I'm joined by Christine Schachter, a City Project Manager that's been helping with Measure FP on the city side. And the item before you tonight, is, as mentioned, is to consider an agreement with Griffin Structures to serve as the owner's representative and project manager, which we will refer to going forward as the bond program manager, to assist the city in Measure FP implementation. And we're going to start with a brief overview of the presentation tonight, give you a little recap of what Measure FP is and where we are today. We'll go over the selection process that got us to the recommendation to bring Griffin on board, go over what the strategic planning phase entails as far as this agreement is concerned, and then end with our recommendation for the agreement. And so Measure FP was approved on November 5th, 2024 by 71.4% of Redondo Beach voters, and it is a general obligation bond measure that would set aside $93,350,000 to replace fire stations 1 and 2, and also the main police station, and then renovate the police annex facility. And one of the key components that the city believes will lead to a successful Measure FP implementation is partnering with this bond program management firm to really be the city's representative and resource as we go through this process. It is a very complex and will be a lengthy process that will, have great impact on the city going forward. And so we really want a firm we're looking for a firm with great experience in public safety projects, working with municipal governments, and also in the Southern California area, just given the unique challenges of the recent economic and, markets of natural disasters and things that have happened to impact the economic environment here specifically. And so at the end of February, we released an RFP for the bond program manager. We were lucky and received 11 responses from a lot of very qualified firms, and they were scored by an internal evaluation committee, which really represented a cross-section of city departments. We had police, fire, public works. As we were formulating the RFP, we had input from the city treasurer, from financial services, and so it was really a product of a lot of different departments and a lot of different effort across the organization. And so from that initial set of 11, there was a top four firms that were selected to come to on-site interviews. And Mayor, obviously, you contributed a lot to what we were asking for out of those firms. And so we had a good script that we had each firm follow, so we could really get comparative analysis across the firms to go over what they brought to the table, referencing the proposals that they had brought in, but then also responding some additional questions that we wanted to dig into a little deeper once we had received the initial applications. And so through that group that scored that was a representative from police, fire, city manager's office, and public works. And through that, we learned that Lieutenant Wayne Winman, one of the recruiting pitches he was given when he joined the City of Redondo Beach Police Department that brought him onto the force was that we would be replacing the main police station. He didn't anticipate it would take as long as it did to get there, but he was glad to see that come through and come to fruition. And so through that process, after the interviews, Griffin Structures was selected unanimously by that team that held the interviews. And some of the factors that led to that was a strong track record of success implementing similar projects for police and fire agencies throughout California. Also a seasoned project team with decades of experience across many areas. And then also experience in the Southern California market, and their pricing proposal, which was focused specifically on the strategic planning phase of the project, was very competitive. And so the RFP did ask firms to go over the full project life cycle, which goes from strategic planning, pre-construction, construction, and then eventual commissioning and closeout. But tonight, what we're going to be focusing on with this agreement is the strategic planning phase. And we did that just so we could really have a pricing proposal that really addressed the initial phase, because there are going to be so many different ways that these projects could be accomplished, that it was really important if one firm thought it was going to take 4 years, another 5 years, that really is going to lead to pricing that isn't reflective of what the overall cost could be. So we really wanted to focus on the strategic planning phase of the project life cycle. And with that, the strategic planning phase is really focused on accomplishing 5 key tasks, and that's working with our city project team for kickoff, envisioning what the different departments, police, fire, city in general, IT, public works, what we really want out of these facilities and how we can all get on the same page moving forward. And then another key task is the sequencing and identification of temporary facilities. And obviously with all of these, with the facilities that are being rebuilt, having, serving our first responders and public safety agencies, there's, we can't have any gaps in service. So that temporary facilities and sequencing is going to be key to ensure not only that these facilities are built in an efficient and effective manner, but also that there's no interruptions to service and they can still serve the community at their full capacity. And also, one of the ways that Griffin really distinguished itself was in their fluency in the various delivery methods. And so there are a lot of different ways that a firm could come in here. There's design build, design bid build, progressive design build, or contract manager at risk, construction manager at risk. And each one has pros and cons of how facilities are going to be built. It influences when you engage architects, engineers, and different things. And so they're really going to help us when we identify how we want to go about building the facilities and establishing the temporaries. They will help us determine the best way to get there that will be the most cost effective, not necessarily take the least amount of time or be the quickest, but will suit what we're looking for out of this project. They will also help us with regulatory and environmental considerations, make sure we don't miss anything on the way that would delay projects unnecessarily as they're getting through the construction phase. And then at the end of that cycle, they will come back and assist the city in a council briefing that will sort of be the next, the first step in moving on to the pre-construction phase. And when we get to that, we'll come back to council and have a firm plan of how we want to sequence and phase the different facility builds, how long we think it'll take, how that fits in with the bond financing, and really just give you a strong picture of how we want to move forward, get your input on that, and then hopefully move into that pre-construction phase. And the timeline for the strategic planning phase that was provided by Griffin is approximately 16 weeks, including that end council briefing, which would bring us back to council at the end of November, early December. And so, at the end of that period, we really hope to have a strong vision of how we're going to be moving forward with Measure FP. We do have a representative from Griffin here tonight. That's Leonard Marshall, who's going to serve as the project executive, who will be the key point of contact for us throughout the project lifecycle, provided the contract is approved. If you have any questions of him or of Griffin in general, he's a representative here tonight. But with that, our recommendation at this time is that you approve the proposed agreement with Griffin Structures to assist the city in advancing through the strategic planning phase for Measure FP for a not to exceed amount of $150,000. As mentioned, this is only for that strategic planning phase, that initial 16-week window. We anticipate Griffin being a longer-term partner, but for the reasons mentioned, we did focus pricing just on this. Any additional scope that we would add to Griffin or engagement beyond that period, we would bring it back to council at a later date for consideration. Just want to make that clear before we open it up for any questions or comments that you might have. And I just want to really thank Christine, all the work that she's done and effort that she's put into this, as well as police, fire, and all the other departments that have contributed. And so that's the end of the official presentation for now, but obviously here to address any questions or concerns you may have.
And if I could, Mayor, just a couple of quick comments from me on this. A big thank you to Luke and Christine again, and Wayne and the other members of the selection team. There's a lot of thought put into the RFP itself, the evaluation criteria that we used to ultimately arrive at our recommendation tonight of Griffin. We are very excited about this first phase. It is a very quick phase, but it's a very meaningful one. It's what will set the tone for how we will ultimately design and construct these facilities going forward. Very much look forward to the results in November and being back here before you to talk about beginning to spend money, real money, on the execution of this project. There isn't anything more important in our current workload than this. And I just want you to understand that this is a very big milestone in this process. So I'm glad we're here, and we're pleased to work with Griffin. They've really shown themselves throughout this process.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to both of you for putting this together and for running that source selection. I appreciate the speed with which the city's been acting on moving out on FP. I know it's not as fast as the school, but they're doing fences. We're building whole critical facilities that we have to keep up and running while we're building the new ones. So a lot tougher problem. It's my understanding we're just approving the strategic planning phase, but the contract has hooks to just add on the subsequent work, correct?
Yeah, we would just amend the contract to add that additional scope.
And we don't have to rerun source selection or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And the basis of that you mentioned is because we don't know what this first phase is going to tell, so it's hard to price out those follow-on segments. I had the opportunity to review the 4 top responses that the source selection team picked, and 2 of them to me were pretty easy to weed out, and this was one of the top 2. So, and based on the questions that I asked and the answers, the responses I got, I support this selection. I appreciate, that we're getting more disciplined in some of this by spelling out seed roles and delivery dates and things like that. And I do appreciate the project schedule being in the briefing. As an engineer, that makes me more confident and it gives us an idea of the timeline. So, and I'm excited that we're coming back in, by December, early December, to keep moving this ball forward. So thanks. And with that, I'll open up to the rest of the council. Councilmember Castle.
I just had one quick question for the city manager. This first phase is $150,000, and I know that we approved money in the 25-26 budget recently for Measure FP. Does this fit within that parameters as well as the anticipated next phase of planning that would come after this?
Great question. It does. This was very much expected in the $500,000 we set aside for the current fiscal year. We anticipate, and just for the public's sake, I know you all know this, the council approved a reimbursement resolution that allows us to now track all of these expenses going forward. And when we do eventually issue the bonds, the proceeds from those bonds will be allowed to reimburse the general fund for any costs associated with the effort up until that point. So we're tracking that. That is our full anticipation. The money that was set aside in this year's budget was really an advance against that reimbursement. So it ultimately will not cost the general fund in the long run. And yes, this is tracking well. The second half of the fiscal year, depending on how aggressive we get with the pre-construction phase and how much pre-engineering work, feasibility work, design work we do, it's possible that net of the $500,000 will be tight, but it'll depend on ultimately when we issue the bonds and if we have to come back with an adjustment to cover the final bit of reimbursables until we get to that point. We're certainly prepared to do that. So This is tracking well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Waller.
I'm not second guessing the source selection at all here. I support it fully, but I do have a couple questions. And since we have a representative from Griffin here, I'm curious if you can give us some examples of similar, potentially local cities that you've worked with on stuff where it's been like wholesale replacement of facilities, the fire and police.
Thank you. I'm Leonard Marshall, I'm the project executive for Griffin Structures. I personally just recently did a project for the city of Manhattan Beach, whereby we replaced their existing fire station. And we've got a lot of experience with replacements of police facilities as well as fire stations throughout Southern California, as well as other areas. So this is a holistic approach that we take. Each program is taken on its own merit, of course, but there's a lot of common aspects. So we've got a lot of lessons learned from other projects and other agencies. And we feel that we're really excited about this project in terms of listening to what your needs are. And then we can come along with our recommendations based on our experience and also making sure that this is an efficiently built project.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you for being here. So Griffin came up with the budgets that we would need that helped us prepare for what bond we were going to procure, ask the residents for. And in that, you factored in, not you personally, but the company factored in a contingency. On top of that, we added about 10% of contingency for new construction and 20% for any renovations. How confident are you that the money we've allocated so far, based on what Griffin has suggested to us, is going to be sufficient now in the post-tariff, post-inflationary environment?
There's a, $60,000 question.
$93.5 million.
Oh, 93.5, right. No, okay. We are confident that we, based this on, criteria that we've priced on similar projects and similar criteria, that, we're within the bandwidth. Of course, the longer you delay things, the worse it's going to get. But we are very experienced in terms of cost estimating and forecasting, budget forecasting. My background is cost management, so I have a passion for that. But we don't have a crystal ball, but we know basically that what we've proposed so far is doable. Now, how we get to that, it all depends on the strategic planning. That's why it's so important to get the strategic planning underway, so that we actually are on the same page, and what is doable and how best to do it, how we can phase it, how we can give the delivery, so that there's no surprises later on.
And obviously, building 3 structures is a significant endeavor. How do you have the bandwidth? Does Griffin have the bandwidth to get on top of this right away so that there is no delay going forward?
Absolutely. We have no problem with that whatsoever. I think it's a combination of the disruption that you can tolerate within your own organizations operationally, and to be able to either do things one at a time or consecutively. It really is a matter of making sure that all of the stakeholders and us get together and have these design charrettes and make sure that this is planned out properly.
All right, thank you.
We want it all in parallel with no risk.
We will do that.
Let's see, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Len, for coming in today.
Sure.
The fire station that you worked on in Manhattan Beach, was that Manhattan Beach Fire Station number 2? Yes. And the projected move-in date, I believe, was supposed to be July 2023. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And it was delayed beyond that.
Yes.
What happened, why, and how can we avoid that here?
Well, there's a couple of reasons for that. There was a technicality. A technicality in terms of the height of the actual building itself. There was a slight discrepancy between what was approved by the Planning Commission and actually what was built. It was very, very minimal, and basically through the city's risk management department, they decided that it was negligible and wasn't an issue. However, that caused quite a bit of delay because the city had to take the time to make sure they cross the T's, dot all the I's, and make sure that everything was okay as far as they're concerned to move forward, including the building official. That took about 3 months. So that caused knock-on situations. However, we didn't lose all of that time because we were able to do workarounds within the existing work that we had to do with the contractor. But yes, it did delay the overall deliverable date. The good news is that I think at the end of the day, the city was able to, they were relocated the fire station to number 1 and was operating out of there. Their essential services was not affected. We actually made sure that everything that had to be done in terms of making sure that the communications and everything else was up to speed. So they didn't lose anything operationally. It was more of probably an inconvenience, but it was something which was able to sort out. It was not, I can't put anybody's, one person at fault for that delay. But at the end of the day, I think the City of Manhattan Beach is happy with the end product and that they moved in.
All right. It sounds like you worked proactively to mitigate the delays and the issues that came up.
We did. There were certain things that we were powerless to actually prevent in terms of delay because the city is the city and they have to have their own procedures. However, we didn't sit on our hands. We made sure that the contractor was able to get on with certain work and reorganize and resequence some of the work they would have done later on and move it in earlier.
All right. And at the end of it, did the contractor or any subcontractors submit any claims for the delay in the form of extended overhead or anything else?
There was some, but it was something which was talked about all the way through the process with the city. And actually, I think it was favorable for all parties. Nobody walked away mad or anything like that. And we worked very hard and diligently to make sure there was fairness along the way.
In resolving the claim?
In resolving the claim. We, as Griffin Structures, worked hand in hand with the city to make sure that the contractor's claims were, first of all, reasonable, and that there was no, animosity on any side. It was all agreeable along the way. We didn't have to wait till the end. We settled these as we went along with the project.
And are you able to say publicly what the amount was of the contractor's claim, including any pass-throughs from subcontractors and others?
I know that there was, we were within the 10% overall contingency for the project. So we didn't go over what was originally planned at the time. They did have to go back to City Council for some amendments. But those figures, I don't have that right at this second to be able to tell you that. But again, it wasn't significantly over the budget.
Okay. And do you know if all the claims related to the Manhattan Beach Fire Station Project number 2 have been resolved?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. And during this interview process, with the city, did you have any participation?
Yes, I was involved in it.
All right. And there was several different departments and several different folks, I imagine, who you spoke with?
Yes.
And did anybody ask you the questions I just asked you about Manhattan Beach Fire Station number 2 and the experience you had there?
Yeah,
with respect to this delay in the claim.
Some was specific, some wasn't as specific as you're asking right now.
Yeah.
But overall, I did explain about the way the whole project was planned and went through.
All right. Well, I'm glad I had the opportunity, Len, to ask some questions about that because that's a pertinent project and delays are key and claims can be large and we have a very large thing happening here. So thank you.
I would like to add one thing.
Please do.
The actual delivery method was a dealt hand. We didn't have any input on that. So it was a design, bid, build, right? That sometimes often lends itself to issues, okay? We are going to make some suggestions about other delivery methods for you to take into consideration, whereby a lot of issues can be caught early. And it's not a case of just putting out the bid as best as you can, then seeing what the contractor comes back with in terms of changes, et cetera. So I think that may have been part of the rationale. Not all, but there is options.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to ask those questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Any comments for staff or questions for staff?
Motion to approve the agreement with Griffin Structures.
Second.
Serve as the city's owner representative and program manager.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any member of the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
There are no hands raised at this time, and there's no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll call the vote then. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Kalajirovich, I keep forgetting. Do you have anything you wanted to ask or comment on?
Nope, I'm good. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, thanks. Okay, all for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Okay, with that, we're going down to item P, city manager items.
Yes, 2 items this evening, Mayor. One unfortunate, one quite good, actually. We'll start with the bad news. Seaside Lagoon today, we had to shut it down due to an issue with our intake water line. I can tell you Public Works is actively vetting the situation. We'll be bringing on contractors to assist with what will be an expeditious repair, but it will be closed for several days and maybe longer, depending on the nature of the pipe's concern, whether it's an obstruction, compression, or something more serious. So we're troubleshooting it, but it is not terribly surprising given the age of the facility and the antiquated nature of our utility structures there. It's why we're actively working on a replacement structure here in the next couple of years. So we'll do what we can to get it back up and running as soon as possible, but it will be down.
How are we warning people who may be coming down to use it?
Yeah, we've got public noticing out. We've, I believe, hit the social media airways. We'll get a press release out now that we have a little more information on it, but we will be alerting the public the best we can. Inevitably, folks will come down who won't check our website or won't look at hours of operation, et cetera. We'll try to alert them as soon as we can with signage on premises, but and it does just affect the water feature. I don't believe, for things like breakwater camp and other activities that use the balance of the property, the facility will remain open for those types of activities. But the water itself will not be available for the next several days at least. So that's the bad news. The good news is for those who like to follow pension finance and investments, CalPERS announced its rate of return for the 24-25 fiscal year, and I was pleased to read that it is projected to be 11.6%, which is significantly above its estimated discount rate of 6.8%. So the 24-25 returns will influence our 26-27 rates, so not the current fiscal year, but next fiscal year. This number is sizable. This is a number that will put a dent into our UAL in a very positive way. Now, will it completely extinguish it? Not likely. We'll still have some UAL going forward, but it's exciting, and it follows a 9.3% rate of return for the 23-24 fiscal year, which was infecting this year's rate. So for the city. So we've had 2 very positive years with PERS. That's a great sign. Our vesting percentage, I believe, was just under 92% following the 23-24 returns. This number could get us pretty close to 100%. To put it in some perspective, the overall PERS portfolio is estimating that their 71.4% vested percentage is now going to be up to 79% across the entire portfolio, which is very positive. So good news out of CalPERS today. That's all I've got for you.
Okay. Any comments for the city manager on what he just presented?
I just have one, just to follow up on the CalPERS comment. So for our budget next year, when we go through that process, we probably won't have to make a large UAL funding payment. I mean, we don't know what it is exactly, but it shouldn't be as large as this year.
I'm optimistic that it won't get any worse than what we had to plan for the current fiscal year. But, CalPERS adjust when they have good rates of return. They put a fine point on their life expectancy and other actuarial assumptions. So sometimes they find a way to balance some of the upside of the return. So the portfolio doesn't always move the way you hope it does. You've been tracking this on the Budget Finance Commission for years. So we'll continue to be in touch with our CalPERS representatives, and we should receive our circular here in the next few months, which will help us better understand our true impact locally.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Now down to referrals to staff, and I actually have one I'd like the council to consider. Based on the testimony tonight on this Wimpley rentals, is that true? I know we can't talk about it much, but is that true we have a gap in our ordinance that wouldn't cover that?
There is another crime that we have charged for prosecution.
So we don't have to close the loophole, or is there a loophole, or isn't there?
In my opinion, no.
Okay, then I withdraw my potential referral to staff. If we have ways to control things like that, hourly rentals of portions of property.
We are currently prosecuting that specific case.
Okay, I withdraw that. Okay, I'll just go down the line. Councilmember Waller.
Yes, I was curious if there was support to bring a discussion item on the issues raised by our young speaker about housing assistance and empty home fees or anything like that.
Not at this time, not for me at least.
Not for me either.
Councilmember Obaji?
Not right now. I mean, we have a whole strategic plan. We've got it loaded up. Don't really want to add too much more new stuff.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I think we should stick to the strategic plan, but it is a good point. I also think that we need to figure out how the changes with the federal government and how they're funding Section 8 vouchers roll out before we add anything to those.
All right, then it'll die without a second.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Nothing for me.
Castle, Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barron?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
None for me, thank you.
And none for me, so that's it. See, before we adjourn, I didn't get a clear answer at, coming out of closed session. You guys want to start at 4 p.m. in August?
Yeah, preferably on the 5th, at least on the 5th, if the council's open to it. We've got enough on the agenda. I think we've got some carryover items, and we have some anticipated case updates that I think are going to be sizable. I think we could use the 2 hours.
Okay. Everybody good with that?
No.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm going to check with Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I will. Are you good with it?
Good.
Councilmember Kalajerovich, are you good for 4 p.m. on our first August 5th?
Yes, that works.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to our next city council meeting on August 5th, 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for the open session.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Thanks for dialing in. Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys in a while.